Alrighty, there we go. Hey, YouTube fam, how's it going? Got another stream for you today. It's the finale of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Trials and Tribulations. We're going to finish up the last episode and see how this all wraps up. We played as Edgeworth yesterday. That was pretty rad. I don't think we're playing as Edgeworth anymore though, which is kind of sad. I rhymed there by accident. I'm probably going to play as Phoenix again for the rest of the game. How am I? I'm alright. I'm pretty good. All things considered, I'm good. I'm going to kill my voice for the last time for a while. At least until I play through Apollo Justice Trilogy when that comes out. That won't be for a while though. I'm not sure. I don't think I'll get it on the day it comes out, considering it comes out the day before Infinite Wealth comes out, and we're going to be hard on that game. Anyway, February 9th, 3:43 AM. Oh god, we're in the Hottie Clinic. Oh, why are we here? Is this the only hospital in town? I hope not. Oh! That's why we were here. I'm still up at this hour reading through the trial record of a certain case. First case my mentor Mia Fey had ever handled in a court of law. Horrifying truth that I refuse to accept. Thanks Ace Play for blocking the subtitles. Thank you. I'm gonna call him out on that later. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. I'm gonna call out Ace Play on that later. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. Don't believe her lies. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But you're still staring at a computer screen. I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. I know that he will be able to help me with him, somehow. February 9th, 2:43 PM. You know, I'm going to be up here on this cold mountain when I just recovered from a cold. Right? Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian, in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees, nothing to worry. That's kind of something to worry about. Jesus. Cough, 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 cough. Anyway, I hope you're all well, chat. Hope you're well today. Anyway, I had read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yep. In the end, the Shito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Precedent, there's a second sword in this murder case. Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. I'd love to see that. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. It's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background, actually. I mean, Iris, sir. I had the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across the other side. That's right, Maya is still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. It's the bridge that got burned down. Asakura Temple, main gate. Come on! Please, it's for art's sake, I swear. Only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I wonder who it could be. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It will make you famous. Ah! Enough! A fool's fool, fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Can you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Franzi, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse? Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. I'm on the brink of madness, does that count? Come on, Nick, tell her, won't you? Would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth, I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh! Just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed for you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally, except not perfect. Maybe outside of America. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I'm Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now, he is gone from this world. He died? I know he was put in prison, but did he die in prison? Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me, this I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. But your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow! No smirking! No whipping the sick! A foolish fool doing such a foolish favour for such a foolishly foolish fool! Edgeworth, make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only. To pulverize you! Yes, crush me. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know. What happened? I went over the whole case file on the flight over. Read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. To be fair, on a flight, that probably makes sense. On a flight from like Germany to America, I guess it's America. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempted to cross a burning bridge? Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. It's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the inner temple that night. Move to the courtyard. I'll go get in the main hall first. That was one long sigh. Oh, it's her again. Sister Bikini. My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Wahaha, wahaha. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it. There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. A little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Oh god, I see the ladder in the background chat. Oh no. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that are yet to be found? I've got to move back to the main hall again, apparently. Now I've got to talk to her. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Same. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I didn't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple, is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris. Iris claims she was in a room in Hazakura Temple. I know I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Myra stuck all by herself at the inner temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We gotta get Myra out of there. Fast! But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. Like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. I can't English. But we've already established that. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer, and with no way of escape either. Oh dear. Yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm starting to realise what's the possibility here. I think it's something to do with like the channeling shit. I think Maya must have channeled someone. I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. No, no, no! I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Doonan. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. And my, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. You did it again. Mr. Bikini, I noticed you always refer to Miss Donham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes. And why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? And the Cyclops. There are 5 of them! Oh, God. Seems Miss Elise Donan was no ordinary visitor after all. There's Pearls. She was with Miss Donan on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man, my head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Donan on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner. Murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? This is where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repair the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. Then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You can get much more involved than me. Yeah, but that's not what I mean. Oh, here we go. It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Miss... Von Karma! Oh, Gumshoe. Sister, please, lead the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know. Silence! I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me? She's not seriously gonna follow me around, is she? Well, we're going to the inner temple. Oh yeah, the bridge is repaired. Hell yeah. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. It must have commenced with the investigation. Oh! Mr. Nick! That voice. Oh, Pearl was always on the other side. I do like the theme though. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here ever since that night? I was so lonely I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. I was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Oh, hell yeah. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Fucking Von Karma is getting her comeuppance from a freaking 9-year-old. Let's go. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Don't whip her. Yow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. What are you talking? What are you talking about, Pearls? Wow, Mystic Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls! Just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What's that all about? Pearls acting like that? Giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I've finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? Empty? How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember. Oh yeah, it was snowed. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright, it's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Oh dear, what happened to the scroll? What the fuck? Looks like fucking diarrhea. What happened? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Aya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet, it appears she's nowhere to be seen. Ah, strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. The whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... Woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. Oh, it's gravy? Oh, it's diarrhea for a second. What's the matter? The scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. When you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute. I see. No, not that. Or maybe they do. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? What did I say? Whatever. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside the cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secret during a cyclock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you'd managed to get here faster than this. Oh. Yes, it's back. It's Godot! Or as we now know him, Mr. Armando. It's him, it's pretty much him. Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot! I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha! I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I had the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Billy, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady von Wippenberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for? Ha! You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realise that you set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. Something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from that behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I returned from the depths of hell to battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. Sorry, but say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite, you. You should know all about it. You know, when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte, but missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Faye is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and, I won't say it again, the chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where's that? Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party is yet to explore. Though they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Faye to her death! You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? The trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Faye's sister. That's right, Mia Faye. Mia? You killed her? No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Faye was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Faye's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Faye was your teacher? Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death, no! What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. Repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the trading hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would, well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well, then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key? Ha! Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Thimble, the accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Faye was to train in there. Mr. Bikini did mention it a number of times now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot! How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. In the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Back to the main hall. I don't know. Should I? Shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder. With my whip. What's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decided, good English, if you wanted to wash that off or not? How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. Are you trying to be clever or something? So, what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah. Anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course! What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Move to the garden. Oh my! Oh, the name Maya is written upside down. Awesome. Strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I said you can't come in here. So you know, Scruffy, a Von Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... A little lantern, a little statue. It is certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Ah! Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me, got it? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. This at least own him? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy. Without exception. Yes, sir. We're going for it. How's the Inner Temple investigation going? We had the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing! Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there are a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... it's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya? Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her, but there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Donim's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Donim wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking, that's impossible! From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Donim's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What?! The Miss Donim was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Wakama? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here, someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. Ugh. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. What we're gonna do next. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright! Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him, we gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, it's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright, I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but my affair is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? Right. Thanks for reminding me. Mr. Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two. How are you doing? Waha, wahahahaha. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Talking about Edgeworth. It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ack? Oh, yes, you did great, Sister. Absolutely spectacular! You two are the only ones who said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. You have a problem, Phoenix Wright? I like how Von Karma is actually the more mature one here. She's like actually trying to comfort her. And Phoenix is like, I don't know what I'm doing. Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psych logs of hers. Take that! 5 locks! Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Stoneham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes. I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Stoneham Stoneham true identity. Take that! Miss Stoneham had this charm with her at all times. God, where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Stoneham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Stoneham true identity. Take that! The painting's obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. This scroll shows the master of the crane channeling to... Oh my god. The crest at the top is a sign about... Wait, Elise was fucking Misty? Oh! Oh! It's her mum! It's Maya's mum! The crest at the top is a sign of that honourable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah! This crest is reserved for the master of Crane. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me! What? What? You mean that Acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty! Elise was Misty Fey! Holy shit. That should have been obvious. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman, that mark on it, Well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Crane talisman is the symbol of the Master of Crane. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So at least Donan was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the Crane channeling technique. Truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Hell yeah. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? I can't believe when you just, like, realised that. Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... Oh, earthquake! What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness! Need a temple! This kind of tremor might... Need a temple. The sacred cavern in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? Maya! It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Mr. Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. Why would I not be thinking about Miles Edgeworth? He's my boyfriend. We've got to hurry to the temple and... Right. Ah! What are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Gone where? Fled. She escaped. What? Oh, this is interesting. So, it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the crowd started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. Can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. And we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross... No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Mr. Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Do you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right? Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. Oh, there's more. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? This is very interesting. The plot, it thickens. Right? Is this what Gadoo was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cabin was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk, your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspects, you go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. I actually got to move to the train hall first. I've got to move to Heavenly Hall. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, Pearls. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry? This is the loser's shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. Oh yeah, then I belong right here, Larry. Let me in. I belong. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? None at all. I'll join you. Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, pals. We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He already let you down. Oh. Mystic Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I gonna do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night. But, Mr. Larice... Oh, you two. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just... Well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? There's going to be a side clock. Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. The night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Mr. Lim's room reading a book together. But Mr. Lim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. What exactly happened that night, Pearls? Really sorry, Mr. Nick. Yep. Oh, I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. What? The powers have disappeared? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls? You tried to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried, but failed perhaps. Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Just as I thought. I'm gonna have to break her Cyclops to get the truth out of her. And now she's just crying. Awesome. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere? I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Oh, she looks good. Well, what's the damage? How is the Sacred Cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Korean tradition. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes. You were telling me how the Master of Korean disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There is only one heir to the title of Master at any time. It's usually the eldest. A child becomes a new Master of Korean and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Yeah, we had that before. How did the Master worth this much bloodshed? I'll move to the courtyard. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me! No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Korean. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. Passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. Real murder weapon? That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. Letter. So, how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that secret cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? Oh, that letter you found? Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator? Knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow in the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishito that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You got to think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. It was the perfect tool for the job. Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to get scientific investigation to go? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. I help detect the gumshoe out, or not? Yeah, let's play forensic test. Come on, pal, it's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector's signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next. Move the detector around and give this courtyard a good looky-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you hit on something metallic. And when that happens, press the A button to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I've met plenty of guys like you always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they could grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. Hey! Ladders versus step ladders. Yeah, every ladder versus step ladder conversation in the trilogy. That means the only two achievements I got left, chat, are for completing the game. Doesn't look like there's anything here. Hey, pal, all you gotta do is watch the detector and let it tell you what's where, okay? Alright. I'm not exactly wizard machinery, you know. This is Smithsonian stuff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're actually usually made of wood, but the detector's reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... Ah! The top is coming off. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah! Yep. That's a sword! Inside the staff. Is this... Could it be? The murder weapon? I never guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Oh, thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe? Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. And I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No, no, no! I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course! This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's got to be some traces of blood left, even though most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is going to be airtight. Every case is going to be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get that stuff analysed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been... Please, detective! Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of riddy in there. Okay, okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. The staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. I'm sure. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. I can't help but wonder, though. What's Lee Stoneham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Oh, chat, I need to use the bathroom. I'll be back. I'm kind of desperate for a pee. I'll be back. Anyway. Fun stuff. Gonna move to the main hall. Go talk to her. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power's real. Yes, I do. Seen it before? It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. Mostly Mia. During the Master Mask case. And during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? And I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake. Mistake? What mistake? Is that DL6, isn't it, wasn't it? That was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. Yep, that's the name of the file. DL6 incident. I knew it. DL6 incident. I know it well. Handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. It was you who was the defense attorney on that case. Still my favourite case of the series so far. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer, and the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Crane tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Crane Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared. Vanished! While everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth! Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Crane tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan. You mean Maya? Family Feud, Steve Harvey! What about Steve Harvey? Spiritual power of the Crane channeling technique is in the blood. That's not Family Feud at all. You listen to Steve Harvey do the funny things. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. But I can with this stupid play toy. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Amy. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? Right. There's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Oh, yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. As a result. You know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. And I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mum and her aunt. Morgan Faye. Oh, that's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. Now, I suppose we know about Mystic Morgan's daughter. Then you must have already realised that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oh, it's Pearl. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yeah, Pearl. Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child? She's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan? But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. Though I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Oh my god. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Coraine's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking her twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That ended up being Iris. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister... Could be. Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? Dahlia. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl's had two older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by a jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. What thickens? But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. This is wild. Now this is wild. I didn't mean to... I'll go back to the garden. Let's do it. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Hey man. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter, mutter. How could I have done that? Wow. Can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Oh, and he's gone. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? You come here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Hey, Edgeworth, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Mr. Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. I guess. I think we know who it is. Dahlia Hawthorne. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't got over your fear of earthquakes. No, but thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was the defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. At least you know it wasn't you, it was wrong karma. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. And it's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there! But it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer, for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Fools, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Fools conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. Five years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Fools died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Oh! Well, that took a turn. How'd she die? I thought she got locked up, unless she, you know, did the thing in prison. Like that guy. That we shouldn't mention. What? Well, metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? I must confess that in reading a file, I came to know the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Alright, she might have got the death penalty. At the time, Dahlia... like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. It was executed. Last month? Only last month? She did get the death penalty. Okay, never mind. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. He's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them, but there is a way to channel them. I'm starting to see how this is all connected. No way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique. You say Karain channeling technique? You know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. It was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the crane channeling technique is real. Oh, I've got to move to the frickin' training hall again. Hey, Iris. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law, at least we're clear on that. Now, I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but what? And I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the crane tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks. First one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris! Try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination of each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Oh, wait, another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. At the crime. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. God damn it! I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Well, thankfully, we can do it right now. Take that! Night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Take that! I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. At night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple, but as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. We didn't figure that out before. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 PM, I think. That doesn't match up. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you because of the snowmobile. But lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 PM. What you say doesn't add up with this. Current testimony. Take that! You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy! How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Possible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than 1 of me. You are not all of me. Person. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you who was here at the temple the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo. A training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah! Well, there we go. Someone fucking channeled Dahlia Hawthorne for some god-earthly reason. I wonder if it was freaking, Maya. Oh, it might be Pearl, actually. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the Inner Temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. The only way. What is she talking about? Betrayal! You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? Well, I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful! But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Mother? You must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. Power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the Master Karain. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Crane tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and he had no reason to stay there. And that's when he came here to Hazakura Temple. Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her, and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, you began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. Said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Yep. Pearls' psych lock. Well, we're going to do that now, chat. This is going to be fun. Look at that! They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick! Ha! You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Time. Night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes! I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself, I was so nervous. The Pearls never went to Miss Dunham's room, because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? In a temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? And it looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Wow, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you could become one with Oshi Channel. Wahaha! Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could have happened to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. And we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. Heard the lights out bell? Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. When I hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls. Why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you're so worried about that bell was because of this. Take that! You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Ah! Where did you... In the incinerator at the inner temple? Pearls? You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing! These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearl. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Dahlia Hawthorne. Who is it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Take into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it. Whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was Dahlia. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. The mother. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Oh. Take that! Pearls? I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Ba-dump. But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay! Wah. Alright, Pearls, it's time you start telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. Say anything rather than to admit to carrying out these instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing could do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. Simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Take that! It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like... Remember what was written in that letter? Bravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says, bravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Donim taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother asked of me. Such a simple thing. I couldn't even do it right. There we go. Unlock successful. I had a cry. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karain like it said in the letter. I see, and then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. Guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started, and I couldn't interrupt it. I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Rose, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if we fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it? I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. Not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. And that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. It was Maya! Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. Maya. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a... Oh god, not this fucking word again. Not this word again. No! Penitentiary. There we go. I got it right first try. Boom. I'm getting flashbacks to yesterday's stream. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture of her letter too. Sure. Oh, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. That innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Huh. Oh. He's back. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about! How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realise that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on! Ha! What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. But can I trust myself? My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was... time. It's a fucking story that's been, being built up over 3 fucking games. Quite like that, actually. Well, chat, I'm gonna go make my lunch, and then, it's time for our last courtroom sesh. Should be very exciting. So, I'll be back. Alright. February 20th, yes. February 20th. My English is on point. As you can tell. My English is so on point that it is a point. I'm probably making, I don't know. Okay. Good morning. Are you by yourself? Ah. Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks from in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be in the temple. She's required to be here in court. How come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Yeah, Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Francisca von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? And who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. He has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You didn't have to tell me that. Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. He said partner! I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim, no, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. And I hope you will. Ooh, number 7. Oh, old Judge is back. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who, me? Well... My little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers! That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we at the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Mr. Iris at Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? Defendant? Iris? Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright, what is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. I dealt with a cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court! Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice in the murder? Yes. That's correct. What? Three minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? That could do. But this is the confession they were conferring about. It pays me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle, or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. He's naming Maya? Uh-oh. Order in the court! Not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, you are. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Oh god, oh fuck, oh man, oh god. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with a staff. When Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense, you can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. I don't think that's the case. If it was in self-defense, you'd get a lighter charge, wouldn't you? That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. There we go. Lunch is done. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. Dagger, huh? Elise Snowden tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Fey? Yes, exactly. Ha! You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Alright. You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing for your client, lawyer boy? I have a problem with Iris's testimony, too. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. In the UK, I believe it wouldn't be a sentence at all. Yeah, if it did it in self-defense, then yeah, it wouldn't be... it'd be alright. In America, they're probably a bit more harsh. But I would assume your sentence would get lessened still, if it wasn't self-defense. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her stuff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe, but she has a weapon. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Donim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. They can't present herself. Hey, Snowy. Welcome, welcome. Elise Donim would never attack Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No! Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donim actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years? Perhaps the prosecution could offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable, were taken on their own. And taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. It's coffee. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Get to your point. I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8 cup... You have drunk 8 cups of coffee in the morning alone. How are you not dead from, like, caffeine overdose? What? How are you not dead, Godot, sir? You're gonna ruin your health, my friend. More than ruin. You're gonna fucking die. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And? He discovered this little beauty. Had the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Hope it's not Chris's blood. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. You investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? Dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women? This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th... We got it to 13th? Did you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? Yeah, did. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analysed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that a blood test be performed on it immediately. My sweetheart, make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, why is my blood everywhere? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to tell you like this. Oh gosh. I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. You girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, and then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Objection. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in the back. Ah! Proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha! It's simple. Simples. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful star after people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. Kingdom Hearts. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. But if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Possible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Funny. He summoned a cup of coffee just to smash it on the desk. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. You can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Wright? No! Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there without look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood! Oh boy. The judge didn't know about that, yes. Written? In blood? It says Maya upside down! What the? Oh, yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Oh. Could it be? Can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Ooh. That's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Oh, it's literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. No, it probably is. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donan was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong! Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge, then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. Even so, I never imagined that Elise Donan was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. Terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. The story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had to keep. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Did I ask for more details? About the tracks. If it really did move our body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Oh yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor! I like the statement Iris just made to add it to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow our statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. I dragged it behind me. The weather data. I went the wrong way. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 PM. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness! Even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Oh man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donan was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donan's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. Somehow, the body travelled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ack! Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a larger lava raj inconsistency. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love when I flub. And so does TikTok, apparently, because my last short on there, people just loved me flubbing, saying courthouse as court horse. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. This be her final testimony? Final will and testimony. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there is no way to move the body. So I must have just gone confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Oh! Oh. I'm starting to see the picture now. And literally. It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Right? I'm only going to say that one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Oh, wait, it's the first one. Oh god, I can't believe we're actually using this. Horrible sketch, it's not that bad. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Mr. Lee Stoneham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurie Stoneham. That was so much effort to bring those words out of his mouth. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. Oh, please don't tell me it's upside down. Oh, please don't tell me it's upside down and the body swung over the thing. Oh, God. It's the exact drawing of what you witnessed last night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? No, that's just, we're getting there. Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? It's not that bad. Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? No, the things I draw look like they're by a 6-year-old. Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. You're so eager to turn this case upside down. Why not start with this sketch? Down? I did Godot say that? Wanted me to say it. Alright then, let's hit the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurie Stoneham is Complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurie Stoneham stated it over and over that the sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. Ah, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Wright. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
Take that!
Is this wire connected to the bridge? Wire? Ah. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
Take that!
It's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now, compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. On the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order, order, order! The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen! Think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. I ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! Ugh. No way. Larice Stoneham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Oh my fucking god. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Stoneham's sketch is like this. That makes sense. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous! I can't believe it. There's no fucking way!
Objection!
Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp, there was no way to get across it, but if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple, the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night could only have been an accident, but it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Oh yeah, fucking MatPat's retiring from YouTube. So many people are retiring from YouTube as of late. Like Tom Scott, we got fucking MatPat, fucking Captain Sparkles has stopped doing like Minecraft gameplay shit. So many people are like giving up or just retiring from YouTube. Wild. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donan's body. Fucking Christ! Are you kidding me? Because there was simply no other way to move the body. I guess because they make long videos and the internet suddenly like finds that. Well, Tom Scott already explained why he did it. He said he wanted to do it for 10 years exactly. And he's now done it for 10 years, so at least he has a reason, I guess. And he also said, like, oh, I want to, like, spend time on, like, more time on, like, the things that should be spent more time on. He said he might go back to making videos at some point in the future, but not weekly. But, yeah, Matt Pat, I don't know. That is fucking ridiculous. That's my fucking reaction. Glug, 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 glug. Jesus Christ, that cup of coffee is endless! It's bottomless! Mr. Godot! It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Oh, now he's back. There's still coffee in there! Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite? I wonder if we can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Oh, the bruising! Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it's the one that was in front of the end temple. Then, that was the spot with the criminal? Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. You say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? They could look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was not loose. That's... Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Donan's staff. Why do we keep saying her name like it's Misty? Even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. My bloody YouTube shorts keep getting dislikes. I can understand why, because people like dislike it when they're going through their feeds, and it's like, I don't want to see this stuff again. Dislikes and likes are kind of different on shorts to like normal videos. You kind of have to like not really take them into account. Normal video likes and dislikes are more of a thing, but on shorts it's kind of irrelevant. Yeah, provide us with a way the body could have been moved that night. Impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. And I'm a unicorn again. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? You haven't seen this before? And then he summons another one. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. Please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on Hazakura Temple's side?
Take that!
Can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah! But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with a bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Right? Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inter-Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnout bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? Wait a minute. What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying the witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Oh boy. Are you serious, Trite? You mean that this woman is? She's actually done. What? There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing here at the witness stand. Her real name is. Oh my god. The channeling! The channeling!
Take that!
I never thought I had to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine! No, the honor is all mine. Oh yeah, this is when they two became simps. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. I mean, he's not fucking wrong. Fucking Mir shows up every other fucking trial. That is like the most sensical statement Godot has made in this entire fucking game. What? Order, order, order! But wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead? What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. The crane channeling technique? Where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently in... Oh, it's fucking Maya! Holy shit, it's Maya. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if we're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Actually, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 PM. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave you this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. I bring the next witness, your mother! She's back from the dead. Actually, no, Morgan's in prison, isn't she? After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Yeah, you're not wrong. But then again, the bridge was repaired, so they could have changed. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Like, me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. Ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. No, she ran! But she ran! Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Ooh, thank goodness. And it looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. But she ran. She could have changed while she ran. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Means he must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Just one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. The earthquake. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was... It was our boy! Did I scroll over him? No. It was our boy. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? That was just me stomping. Earthquake! Oh my goodness. The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... That was just me stomping, chap. Did a big stomp. How could I have? You fled. You escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. And that's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. Hey, there we go. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. Voice. Yes, I ought to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for a name and profession. That's one of my rules. She's back. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired. Ha! You're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. Oh boy, part 2. Chat, thankfully, part 2 is quite short. It's literally just one cross-examination. Darn it, Seymour! February 10th, 1:06 PM, District Court. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness... Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. It's literally just one cross-examination. The plan. God's plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes? You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense! There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? True? Of course it's to be true! They tried like, pinning Maya for a crime before. You stopped that, and now it's like, fuck it, we're gonna kill her. We're gonna kill the Batman. Or Batwoman. Batgirl. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. Oh, that was brutal. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Ha! Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Crane? A cold-twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? Got press on all the statements. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, but first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. That's... You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? Jesus Christ. On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, fortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. But that's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You were gonna kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. The plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one could tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Really cares for herself. Twin sister? That made me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. I don't think so. That's absurd. Maya is just... she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Oh, I need to fucking plug in my headset, chat. It just beeped at me. Gave me a nice little beep. Means I gotta plug it in. It's low on battery. Look. Ugh. Wireless headsets, man. They do things. Alright. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety, and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? Told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only acted in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was... myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? This woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
Objection!
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you had the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Maya Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realised revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Maya Fey had already died? Yep. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on. Forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. This is getting crazy. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold and heartless. Don't waste your time reaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night... About 9:30 PM I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. Oh, it was Elise Donim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. Oh, it was Elise who channeled her. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back clutching her poor old back. Then, yeah, she has to be channeling through Maya because Elise is dead. Well, Misty is dead. Misty is dead. I don't think Maya did it. Maya killed her. It had to have been someone else who was there. That kill was easier to handle than I'd hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern because Maya still has to be alive for Dahlia to be there because Pearl obviously can't channel her. So Maya is still alive, but she's channeling Dahlia. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... And then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's when my memory temporarily stops. Stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. We were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. Trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you are actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? It was Pearl. It had been... Maya? It was Pearl. I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. But I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya? Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? Flies already started to gather. bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cabin and put the lock back on myself. I realised I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped, but just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. Real Iris. Oh, is the real Iris locked down there? The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cabin was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cabin and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. You mean your plan has succeeded? I misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would assume that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay. The picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. Even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. That is, fratricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than... your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cabin is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? So I had to spell it out. The bottom of the Eagle River, where else? River? Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realised that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie? That's Godot's phone. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cabin. That's great! What about Maya? Iris in there. There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cabin. No. It can't be. She's right there! I told you, didn't I? He's dead. No. No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fay, was her own daughter, Maya Fay. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fay jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be. Ha! Right? Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. Possible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from near the temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Take that!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. Yeah, there's like bedrock there. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ha! So you finally figured it out. No! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there is still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate. Can I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Can I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is... this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little snivelling runt. Wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I never failed at channeling someone. It's the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she didn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. It was someone who called you before she could.
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal? He said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yep, that's right. But if Maya... Oh, we got a table range. Hello! Thanks for the raid. Hello, everyone. We're in the we got some dramatic moments happening. If Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her. Ah. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yeah, but now you told... Okay. No, but now that you told her that, what's stopping her from just stabbing herself? What would stop her from just stabbing herself? just go complete a plan. I know they're in court, but she can rush out the courtroom, find a weapon, and just, you know, commit Sudoku. Also, Henlo. Yes, on the night of the crime, you're only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. Path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became... What did I walk into? Trust me, this case is wild. Where would be the safest place to hide? You mean... That's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you. And Maya's hiding place was you! No. Don't say that! Yeah, but again, what's stopping her from just stabbing herself? You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Hell yeah, Maya's actually smarter than we thought. So let's see. Let's recap. The victim in the case is their mother, Misty Fey. Misty Fey got stabbed by a dagger, swung over a bridge, taken by Iris, who then planted the body next to the statue. And it turns out the killer, well, it turns out Dahlia, who was dead beforehand because she got executed, was channeled into Misty. Misty went over to Maya for some reason. I'm guessing Dahlia just had complete control at that point. I don't know why Misty would channel her. I guess that will be explained later. Why would Misty channel her? But she went to go see Maya. They had a scrap. Misty got killed. And then I guess Maya figured out that Dahlia was being channeled into Misty. And that her plan was to kill... Well, that Dahlia's plan was to kill her. So to protect herself, she channeled Dahlia before Pearl could, and she's still possessing Maya now. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Okay! Oh, did Mia possess Pearl? Also, where did Pearl come from? Mia Fey! It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright, this case is getting even more weirder. Oh, it's true. Was you? Yes. Ha! You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair? It's Pearl's, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. Wait, did Mia possess Maya? Did Mia possess Maya at that point? You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. Did? Wait, did Mia kill her? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in the memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. You did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. That was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. It was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. Oh, by one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. That's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly seems like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes. Another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? But what do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you! 11 years ago? Fake kidnapping? Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It's because of that stupid oath of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. Then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky head jerked and guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? You say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. That's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. We're just dragging her through the mud. She deserves it, to be fair, but we're just dragging her through the mud. It's the day you were executed. The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You wrong. That's the fucking SpongeBob meme. She is SpongeBob right now. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh shit, what's happening? What the fuck? Hello? I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Be gone, demon! Be gone, Fot! Hey, Maya's back. Nick? This? And she passed out. I don't know why, that art was funny. Just her on the fucking ground like that. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end this scene. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing? It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticises me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. In all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. Chat, whether I told you that this case isn't over yet, and that we still got quite a bit more to do. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Not quite. You're a little too fast for that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in the testimony? Uh-huh. Ali's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, and I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and... stab. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, he was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Lisa Nim. No, Misty Faye. But, who killed her? We still don't know who did it. Oh, this isn't over? Told you. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. But the court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Fey. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? It's gonna be Maya, isn't it? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event, and we'll put the final dagger in this case. The one who saw the murder take place? Oh, it might be Pearl, actually. Take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? Okay, Maya. You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand. Very well. First, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. Got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough! This court is now in recess. Not going to allow Pearl back in. To be fair, he's not wrong though. He's not wrong. Every single flipping case, Mia just comes in to save us. It will be nice for a change for Phoenix to do it himself. It would be nice. Come on, Phoenix, you can do it. February 10th, 2 for 6 PM. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. Right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places. And Iris was inside the sacred cabin. I wanted to at least be in the defender's box today to root you on. Dang, Phoenix actually has to actually do his job and not just pretend he's a detective. I know! But once in his life, he actually has to do something on his own and not have Mia rely on Mia. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cabin yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister... I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to hit Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. Never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. People? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Stoneham, was it? Was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. You can't just leave the body here. So you gotta do this exactly as I say, got it? That fucking pendulum shit, god damn it. For fuck's sake. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. Do it. And the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. Sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant! Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh? Okay. I think she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Thanks. Mia! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donamure was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked to her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe. Know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple's side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. The culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally. It's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. I think I know. I think I have an idea. But it's kind of out there. I guess we'll see though, eh? 3:36 PM. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that! I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Faye used when she fought with the victim. And what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or due to time constraints a full test wasn't possible? However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Ooh. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. It wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, The witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Hey, Maya. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crane channeling technique. I'm frightened. Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. To be fair, I can understand. Maya's been through so much shit. I feel so bad for her. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donham's murder. Correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes! There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, please? Yes, Your Honor. This case is crazy, and I actually love it. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Oh, did someone else stab her in the back? So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. Well, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. He doesn't look well at all. So, definitely someone came up behind Misty and killed her. Question is, whomst? You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. Yeah, fair. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. Ow. Sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Did I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. This is my last hope stuff. What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's what you said. You said my last hope. What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed out because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well out there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. Just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. Am I done? Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's why I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. By the light of the stone lantern. Well, the stone lantern wasn't lit up. Which means... Oh... I think I'm right. There was a man standing behind your attacker. There's one person that could probably produce that light chart. Yeah. That man. He's the killer. He stabbed him from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dolan, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. Killer? Hiya? You know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Hiya? On the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. I probably said cafe au lait? Is that even legal? I pronounced that wrong. Ignore me. Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor? I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony part, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. You say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she could quite clearly describe him as a man. In other words, that would have mean that Maya actually saw a mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! We've got to remember an earlier case. That's funny. Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There was one, mate. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I could draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, begging you. Ha! You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? It was him. That was him! It was Cyclops! Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself now how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. You just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be. Ha. There we go. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. It was him! Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw in the night of the murder. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong! I never saw that! Maya! I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Killer. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Hello, soul! Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologise, it's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Oh boy. The torches were lit? Yes. That's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be... the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So, you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There are a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I could think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. Truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. Did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yeah, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor.
Objection!
But he couldn't... Oh... He couldn't clean up the stone lantern. Because he didn't see the words. He didn't see Maya on it. Oh, Godot, 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 Godot. The body of Elise Donin was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. And the garden, the real scene of the crime, snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. The killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right! Order, order, order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing! But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behaviour? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? I didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. Right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Him again. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood! Nonsense! This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just a minute. There are certain colours you can't see, correct? Ooh, colourblind. You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. Oh, right, yeah, you couldn't see the blood on it. This is the apron the delightful Miss Baird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. Something's still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-coloured stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. He can't see red. Oh, he can't see me, chat. No! Godot can't see me. I'm red. Damn it. You can't see my beautiful face. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup. Oh yeah, it was ketchup. Because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. Alright, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dolan, also known as Miss Misty Fey. Hard to believe this may be true, however, once again Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Indictment. Come on, how's a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the colour red. It's rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer is right there at the crime scene. Snow. Snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Oh, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. Torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Oh god, Maya. Wait just a minute. Maya? What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple. Until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up. I, can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I mean, not the... eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. Then? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please, listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. But if it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Wright. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple too. Yeah, she was there. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! The prosecution has no objection. Phoenix Wright is just Danganronpa, but with less murder between the main cast. Still a lot of murder, though. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. Let's do it. Do it. Cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out. Make me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Yeah, it looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Oh, biscuits.
Oh, biscuits indeed. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in a stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Ace, you find a stranger way to describe gravy. So from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. Only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least Onim. The scroll.
Objection!
Mr. Godot, the first time he crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. A hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But, Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll till after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top, there's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that there was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in a stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Oh. Yep, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot! On the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Oh, the seal was opened!
Take that!
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known when the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged so that if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you? You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder! Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. And he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. But you do. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behaviour is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word, even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behaviour is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. Knew it. Figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? It's all for her sake, chap. Okay, Wright, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. Very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very centre of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Do it for her. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia? Can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered! 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse. You were poisoned! Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. The newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. It's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years have passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. So sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. I wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. That's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living, he goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I can make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, he never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris the Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall with my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But, how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Akini did say something to that effect. He said that the Master of Karain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So, my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. The staff? The one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes! Even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. The only problem is Pearl didn't do that. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. No. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, right? Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Testify! Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Time of the murder, chap. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. I think I get it. These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Chap, this is it. It's time. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then that scream came from the killer. That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. Then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. at least he's honest. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of. That could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere in his body. I think we know where it is, chap. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood will prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it will prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court! This the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then applied another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya! This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That would solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple site got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ack! Order in the court! What the witness says is... Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But... No one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah! But there's one thing. Ha! So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Irk. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. Oh, the music's back! Hell yeah, chat. The banger is back. Ooh, it's a new version. But honestly, this is the best. This is the best music. Like, we had new versions in the previous games, but you can't beat the classics. Ha! That's good! A fighter to the bitter end, Wright. Since there's just one piece of evidence that could prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But, we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I need to think about why there are no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What? Hello? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on? Through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Oh, shit. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Holy shit! His mask exploded! Also, ARG! He had like a mini bomb in there. That was pretty fucking rad though. I liked how Mia came in as well. That was pretty cool. And the old music coming back. That was pretty fucking rad. Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding a bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I can never forgive you. That's what I thought. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I can never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Oh, the music's back. You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya? Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. Take off the mask, you coward! What do you mean by that? At night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette? Part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion and a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Yeah, we kind of already know that. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you are trying to save me. Thanks. Yeah, you should probably get that checked out, buddy. Your wound, it's bleeding. Ha! You forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. No, that's definitely blood. You should probably get that checked out. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Seriously though, go get that checked out. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. Two of you. You hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? You only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. Wait, Iris was there beforehand? Iris pretended to be Dahlia? You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... It was Iris all along. For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me. Beanie. You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get that back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, you couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. It means she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think you must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. Oh, she actually did love him. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. Oh. I guess he got his wound cleared up. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright? Oh, he finally called me by my actual name. Oh, we got our own cup of coffee. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Stoneham. At some point, I expect you'll be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Hell yeah. I've gotten at everyone again. Court is now adjourned. It's finally over. Fucking hell. Would have been funny if the judge had a cup too. Yeah, they missed an opportunity. The judge should have also had a cup. And Iris. Iris should have also had a cup. Just give everyone cups of coffee in the courtroom. Why not? Everyone should have had a cup. Damn it. Capcom missed opportunity, fam. 4:51 PM. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. One massive sip instead of a gasp, yeah. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? You saved his soul! I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you, Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. Bye, Mia. I've handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya? And I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Oh, okay. Francisca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Oh, and Edgeworth. Excellent work, Wright. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yep, he laid in bed, shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realised something when I was reborn. I realised that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. And that's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No! Oh yeah! Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Reggie? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too? Bah! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognise the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. And then you'll do it, like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book, Franzi's whippy... Ah! Don't get carried away! Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Ferrari pony? I'm not sure I'm a Ferrari pony, considering I prefer McLaren, but I'm alright. I'm good. Hopefully you're good as well. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. There we go, third try. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realises something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. Because you're British sounding? Probably. I am British. It's not just British sounding, I am British. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. No one who has hurt more deeply than Maya. Don't forget to hydrate or dihydrate. I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for?
Take that!
Pearl Fey. Poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. Favorite MotoGP team? I don't really watch MotoGP. I'm afraid. I'm sorry. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. The only experience I really had with MotoGP is playing the games. And that's because they were on Game Pass. I think the 22 is getting removed from Game Pass soon, but I already completed it. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Gumshoe! Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite the bunch here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teensy-weensy bit, but it's alright. I found some funny Formula 1 race highlight videos. The audio is in Spanish, but English captions are available for it. Well, there's a lot of meme reviews, and obviously F1 do upload their own highlight videos every race, but yeah. I must admit F1's not in the best space right now. Got one person dominating. We'll see if that's the case this year. But don't worry, I'm not like 99% of the fans on Twitter. I'm not insane. I assure you. How many times has Gumshoe's salary gone down? Oddly enough, despite being from the US East Coast my whole life, far too many people have thought I was European or British. That's interesting. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Some fashion. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? He said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien, where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you crybaby, you're invited too. There was one highlight where Alonso travels to 2005 to borrow his Renault F1 car for the F1 race. I think I've seen that video, actually. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya has taken an awfully long time to get back. Still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Head to Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? You guys going ahead. But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick? Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I won't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Aha! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Shack. Hazakura Temple. Pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. You're all back again so soon? Mr. Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah, oh, it's back again. Someone cleaned it off. Yeah, it's got to be Pearl's. Ah, Mystic Maya. Pearly, why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do. To pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is dead. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. The Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Parade, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters have to follow, isn't there? Never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... a photo? Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Ah, Mia and Maya. And I guess Maya also broke the pot at some point. That's pretty funny. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. That's cute. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for free when you come back. Wow, ho ho ho, hee hee hee. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for free? Oh, come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time, you could train right alongside us. Huh? You know the Wario screen for the Mario games? Yeah, obviously. I keep calling her Wario. Well, I kept calling her Wario in the last stream, not so much this stream. I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course, naturally. Huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time. Right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing. I think we know what's coming. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. And, well then, it goes nothing. Objection! And there we go, chat. Trials and Tribulations is done. We did it. Hell yeah, I really have to work extra hard now. Master Crane and the office manager are Wright and Co. law officers. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. If you get captured or locked up in the future games, I don't want anything to do with you. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with a special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Please don't. Oh, that last case was very, very long. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Not sure about that one, Dick Gumshoe. Not sure about that one at all. I wouldn't go that far. Oh, Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasure of the Crane exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, you again. Nessie and I started a company called Master Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. God damn. Oh, it's her again. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. Special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Hee hee hee. God, I forgot about the other cases. This one was just, oh god, not you. I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least, that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old? Nice. And I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Man, chat. Oh god, frickin' Cortana. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Marder. God's sake. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Adam Marder. For fuck's sake. They do love their palindrome names. My, more reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wahaha! Ho ho ho! Ooh, special thanks. Anyone else? Oh, Iris. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but... I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Oh, Pearl. Voice. Objection! Funny enough, I saw a short of a comic where Wario was wearing the super crown and was giant and holding Peach, yet Daisy challenged her and won, then proceeded to bully Wap Peach with mini mushrooms and similar items.
Objection!
Oh gosh. Going through all the voices, chat. They only said like a couple of things each person, but you know. Objection! Oh god, it's Pain and it's Pompadour. Oh god. Oh, she's back! What's this? I'm back from a longer time vacation and no one is here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one! What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? Am I bring them over to Edgy Poo? I'm exactly what you... I really can't accept these, I'm afraid, or something just as painful. Heart! Or when will I ever find a gentleman? Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Damn it, chat, she got us good. I like how they had to sneak in old bag at the end. And it's Larry. I finally found something I love to do. Ranzi's Whippity Whip trip is going to turn the art world on its head. I should have realised it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. Bruh, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. I wouldn't describe artists like that. Not in a million years. Lawyers of Justice, hell yeah. I like how Edgeworth and Montcalm are there too. Rivals turned allies. Aw, that's cute. Good pictures, Larry. I guess Larry is good for something. They're pretty banging. Give him that. Good shit. Oh, achievements. A lawyer only cries once it's over. Yeah, they do. There we go, chat. And with those 2 achievements, I am done with Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, and I got all the achievements. 1,000 points, chat. It's another completion to add. It's my second completion of the year after Jeopardy of all games. But we did it. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy is done. I really like Trials and Tribulations, chat. I really liked it. I think it is on par with the first game. I really like that last case. That last case was pretty banging. It went on for very long, but I think it's on par with case 4 in the first game. I think those 2 cases are the best in the series. And as a result, I think I put this game on par with the first game. Because I kind of liked how everything kind of connected at the end. And the fact we got to play as Mia and Edgeworth was pretty cool. Kind of disappointing they didn't really add many new gameplay mechanics, if any. They kind of relied on the Cyclops again, which was kind of a shame. You didn't show every single person your attorney's badge. I know, criminal. But yeah, I would put 1 equal to 3 and then 2 behind it. Justice for All. Justice for All was definitely the weakest of the 3. Not that it was bad, but it definitely doesn't light a candle to the first game in Trials and Tribulation, in my opinion. But nonetheless, we're done with the trilogy. Apollo Justice trilogy is on the way. I think it comes out in a couple of weeks. I'm not going to be playing it when it comes out because I'm going to be dick deep into Infinite Wealth, which comes out the day after. But, you know, maybe at some point I will play Apollo Justice trilogy because it has obviously the Apollo Justice, it has Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, I think, those 3. Maybe I'll buy that at some point. Maybe it'll come to Game Pass like this one did. I hope it does. And then obviously you got like the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, you got the Investigations games, and then I think they did a crossover with Professor Layton, which is only on the DS if I remember correctly, or 3DS. But I know Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is on PC at least. So might play those at some point as well. It's kind of a shame the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles isn't on Xbox, but maybe they'll release it at some point. Who knows? But, you know, maybe at some point I'll play the other games in this series. So, yeah, I enjoyed all 3 games. I did enjoy playing them for you guys. And, yeah, we got all the achievements. So, hell yeah. That'll be it for today's stream. Next stream will be on Friday. We're going to start a Burnout Revenge on the 360. It's a game I played in my last subathon, but I'm going to do a full playthrough of it and try to get the last achievement I got left in it. That last achievement is to get all the signature takedowns. But I need to play through the entire game again because I accidentally deleted my save file years ago. So I need to play through the entire game again anyway. But, yeah, we're going to start up on Friday. And then on Saturday, I'm going to be suffering in Counter-Strike 2. Because it was a sub-goal in the last subathon. And I was meant to do it last month. I didn't. But now this time, I'm doing it for realsies. And I'm going to be very bad. Look forward to that. Anyway, let's go raid someone. I guess we'll raid Radiant Sword again, because they're the only one online. They're playing Grounded. They're grounded. Tell them they're grounded, and also go rar at them again. Or do the blep. I don't know. Or do any of my emotes. If you're a sub. Either way. But, yeah, that's it for today. Hopefully you enjoyed today's stream. Hopefully the rest of your Wednesdays go well. And hopefully I'll see you all next time. Boop.